Welcome everyone, and today we are starting. Well, it, you have to see, can I actually do it? Before we actually start the stream, I just got a quick idea what I could do. But I have to see if I actually have enough. We set auto on. I want to see, can I do a separation off? Grading effect supposed to be on, but YouTube Studio, I don't see it. Doesn't do shit. Here I was hoping I could turn myself into a complete grayscale image. Okay, then we don't do it. If it doesn't work the way I want it to be, then was that because of that? Put it like that, and here. You get turned off. Ah, here we go. Now I wish I could do the same with that. We just ignore it for stream avatars. You are the only ones in color now. Let's start a new story in the world of horror. Would you like to customize your next playthrough? Look. Not many color palettes and display buttons to choose from. Huh? Oh boy. No, I stay with that. Interesting idea of a concept, and find one. Find the one that is back to. God damn it! How many does it have? That's a lot of different color palettes. Oh, okay, never mind. It doesn't go in complete loop. And we have a caramel dancing party right now. There we go. And now we continue. If it is your first time playing World of Horror, it is recommended that you start with the spine-chilling story of School Sitters. That does sound not PG, not at all. expansion of Force trying to more complex. What does wow? Okay, the spine-stilling story of such is a tiny selection of standard playthroughs showcasing one of the available mysteries. And the other one is the extracurricular activity. This option will prepare the standard skeptic playthrough for you, allowing you to start the game without worrying about it in depth. No, we just stick with the first one. Hope we unlock that one with that. That's probably hard mode. Alright. Yep, fine show. City of Shiokaba, Japan. Something strange is happening now. Right. That's the same as human. Wrapped figures can be seen gathering in the woods at night. People are going missing. Disgusting creatures are terrorizing sight. The rapid technology progress of the modern era brings comfort, but also new unknown. Old gods, malicious outrage. Hey, that's me. Beings who rule the earth eons ago are awakening as reality starts to crumble. Armed with clues, spells, and your dwindling sanity, you'll investigate mysteries across the city and in realms beyond. An old train slows down and stops at its last station. The end of the world is at hand, and you've finally arrived in the doomed town. Found a new items, blade razor, and Taiyaki. Okay. Controller, we play with mouse. It's definitely designed to mouse. Or oh, can we look around? Nope. Game does not do a good job in telling you. I heard of it, but so far. I heard of it. A friend actually recommended me to, so and in the fashion of the game itself, I turned myself into a gray matter. Actually, hang on. Might actually be able to make it even more accurate. Post right. Yeah, we're getting there. I'm looking retro too. Not do it as strong though. And I could probably have somewhere pixel too. Oh, let me change the colors to blacks. Maybe not that much. I don't want anyone watching the stream to get, well, what resolution can we do? How bad can we make it? Oh. Okay. It's getting interesting. Yeah, it looks lower as it's an interesting thing to play around with, though. I mean, the difference of all effects is this to this. It's a huge difference, right? Bang to the world. Been following the weird cult for weeks now, barely surviving the encounter with the skin hag at the nursery. The race against time, and you can't resist until our town is not a mystery. Fine, chilling story of school scissors. Another boy from your school has disappeared. Rumor has it a terror woman has returned from the grave. A woman with the wildest smile and the sharpest scissors. You knew your friend was up to something when he left you this notebook full of cryptic notes. And sent her back where she belongs, he claimed. After he too disappeared, you decided to study the notebook for clues. The detail, a ritual that claims to stop the wicked once and for all. What's the worst thing that could happen? I can think of several things. The missing friend has left you a notebook. If the rumors are true, to stop the tall woman with scissors, you need to perform a ritual to force her material form to appear in our dimension. Accomplishing this requires first the drawing of an eldritch sigil, and then the lighting of holy candle. You can only hope your friend has left them somewhere in school. I investigate this scene or no? Now let's go to our we for school. Investigating the code. As you enter the school gym, you notice a strange black doll propped against the wall. Now, I don't have an anatomy class perk, so we're getting closer now. Against you better judgment, you approach the doll. What you see makes you gasp in horror. The doll isn't a doll. Its sudden movement causes tiny black spiders to flee, revealing a white, half-eaten corpse. I feel like something horrible is happening within the school. I must hurry and find those items. Whatever gave you that impression? Probably not the corpse of the corpse. You hear a faint sound while walking outside the biology classroom. Inside is an old anatomy model. Its heart beating. The sight almost makes you sick. Yeah, because the beating is way too slow. It really makes me sick. Beat faster. Come on. Give me 90 BPM at least. But yeah, the game is, from what I've been told, a horror game with roguelike mechanics. I found an additional page from your friend's diary. It seems that the blessed chalk was left in the pool. You must hurry and find them. Here we have a new object, which is peeking outside. Oh, hell yeah. I know. Come on. Oh, come on, I just want to say hello. You had such a nice smile. He just wanted to ask for directions. Come on. I shouldn't try that again, though, so exploring school. You enter the damn smelling sport wing. You notice a backpack drifting on a swimming board in the middle of the pool. Could it be what you were looking for? A bloated figure emerges from the murky water, blocking your only way out of the pool. And now I have turn-based combat. In each turn, you build a sequence of attacks and moves around the action ring. Once you've filled the sequence bar, press the launch sequence button to finish your turn. Now I'm stabbing you. And to begin. We don't know. Oh no, he's getting on me. Now it's getting really dangerous. Who knows what he's still aiming to do now? And horror wheels. Can I still use the stick? You found Blessed Chalk, which you can use to draw the sigil in your ritual. You copy the sigil as best as you can on the blackboard. Hopefully it'll be enough. Thank you for the waterboarding in hand. I mean, let's see what we do, what we get when we do the ritual now. It definitely will not be enough. The ritual is not ready. A tall woman with an unsettling face and twitching lips stops you. I'll be your new biology teacher, but you help me move some stuff to my new office. You're surely help her. Blackjack failure. The creepy substitute teacher hands you a dusty old biological specimens. The rancid smell of formalin almost makes you drop the jar. Could fetuses have so many legs? The sound of scissors is getting... My reasoning is still good. Can I combine those? Can I combine the razor and the branch? Can I make a spear out of that? Let's explore schools somehow. I do one with an unsettling face and twitching lip stops here. Again, where are we at her? You found the holy candles in your friend's backpack. You lit them as instructed by the notebook. Everything is ready for the ritual. And we perform it. Wait, what's that? The sigil and holy candles don't seem to have any effect on the aura of the monster. You drown it wrong? Frozen in fear, you watch as the twitching aura gets closer and closer. You raise its enormous scissors and crows. Am I beautiful? Twisting and twitching, the demon woman enters the classroom, cackling menacingly. I beautiful. Oh yeah, very beautiful. I like your two eyes there. Frozen in fear, you watch as she gets closer. Her sharp scissors are slowly cutting through your cheeks as she asks you, am I beautiful? Oh, the playthrough lasted 16 minutes and 50 seconds. So that was a quick death. Oh, we haven't summoned an old god yet. It's interesting to know that we can. Like anywhere to continue. Don't ask again. I see we are playing different characters in the story then. But we have to first go for this one. We have that. And the story so far. I don't think we need this combat tutorial anymore. Yeah, the straight razor, we probably should equip it from the start. And now we know that this stuff is happening. We know that this time. that was a quick one. I'd have equipped that from the get-go.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
This time we redraw the situation. Maybe it's this one? I don't know. You see, suddenly grabs your hand. High and says, hang on. Do we have to have the same symbol on there? Now we can see it. So it's a square with a square. Okay, alright. I wonder if we actually can beat her. Never mind, we can. Okay. The ancient horror lies dead on the classroom floor, slowly dissolving into nothingness. The only trace left of her is the large scissors. You stare at them, unsure what to feel. Something tells you you want to keep them. You need them. Very slowly, you pick up the scissors and your mouth widens in a smile. Okay, we have one ending of that storyline. It was quaint, but that's all short stories. Equip the weapon before we go in here. Okay. That was a different one this time. We don't have... I hope it's still the same. That way we have... We have a different outcome now, or is it just the same again? Have the same outcome again? We get it. How to ensure we can have the playbook? I want to achieve the different ending before we step on to something else. And that's how we got it, okay. Oh, this and this. How is that in French? Need to talk to her after the test. I hope she didn't attempt the ritual herself. But this time it's a pentagram. Well, okay. Don't have a chance. Contact with that now. Is this actually always the same, or do we have something else? So happy to see us. I have to... Something is wrong. Instead of a clear blue sky, you see the bloated corpse of a long-forgotten deity looming over the school's roof. The barrier between worlds is coming apart. You must hurry or risk being noticed by whatever other eldritch horrors still lurk. I try to sneak. Running is a very, very stupid thing to do. Reality check success. You succeed in grabbing the backpack and return to the staircase, leading back to our world. Okay, we need pentagram and this is what we need there. Yeah, that looks about right. Wonder how you get that. Wait, what's that? Okay, let's see if we get a different ending now. The ancient horror lies dead on the classroom floor, slowly dissolving into nothingness. You find your friend, bravely wounded but alive. You help him up, and both of you limp away from the school as the police sirens get louder. Okay, but how many endings are there? A and B the only one? I'd say so, unless it says any other. This is a very short game, huh? Extracurricular activity. This option will prepare the standard skeptic playthrough, allowing you to start the game without worrying about in-depth stuff for now. But what if I want the in-depth stuff? Probably that one. And it's still the same. The media has been reporting about various people with seemingly supernatural skills. Did it have any connection with the news about stars disappearing from the night sky? Old gods rule, casting spells raises doom instead of its normal cost. Well, it's definitely a different story since I am a different character this time. First time playing? Select this, okay. Welcome and thank you for trying World of Horror, inspired by adventure games from the 80s. The visual overload may initially be a little disorienting. In this short tutorial, I do my best to explain various elements and prepare you to fight the horrible gods. That's the main game spot. Here you will interact with your surroundings, solve mysteries, and fight enemies. That's you on the right. World of Horror has RPG elements and hero attributes as described by 6 basic stats. Move your cursor over them to learn more. That's your inventory. You can keep up to 4 items. Inspect, use, or equip anything you pick up. Select the item in question from this area. Okay. As you progress with your playthrough, more helpful tips will appear. Would you like to turn combat tutorial on? Okay. Let's go from left to right and go to the arm first. Now check your mailbox. It's empty. But that one isn't. You're not currently investigating any weird mystery. There's newspaper clippings and notes collected in the next room. Could point you in the next room. Inexplicable and morbid events have been plaguing your town for some time now. You've marked down 5 of them, hoping that there's something connecting them. You can tackle these 5 mysteries in any order you want. Beware, your decisions will haunt you and influence yet unsolved mystery. alarming account of abnormal eyes. Rotten report of a rancid ramen. What the fuck? Chilling chronicle of a crimson king. Vicky feature found footage. I don't want to do the ramen just because this one made me go, what the fuck? Sudden report of ransom ramen. Out of thin air, a brand new ramen restaurant opens in town. It's adored by everyone. Once people take a bite, they can't stop. Day and night, the queues stretch out the door. The shambling customer staff themselves with the dish after dish, but the blind owner sits silently behind the counter, grinning and polishing his new knives. You're determined to discover what makes this ramen so enticing, but it is its true power. Dog meat, human meat, the flesh of the gods themselves. To advance this mystery, investigate the circuit location as you progress. Location of the rules may change. Watching the local news, you spot a familiar stream. It's a feature about the newest ramen shop. The food critic has a manic look as he describes the ramen. Description makes your stomach turn. Travel to downtown. Dark as you arrive at the cemetery, and shadows move in fantastic and uncountable ways between the tombstones. Finding the right grave may prove to be a challenge, especially when you feel someone's gaze on your bag. Continue looking. You quickly find the tombstone marked with red string. In the stone, you find a note someone left for you. Okay. Da-da-da, the note. What's in that note? I wanted to know. Travel to the line. You stand in the middle of the field, frozen in terror. A rip in our reality shows the horrible future of our planet. Seeing the familiar figure looking back at you, you can't help but wonder if it's our world that's just an illusion. Come on, we enter the portal. You and the figure get closer to the portal, ready to swap places. Where are you? Lost in time and space, you drift in nothingness until something pulls you towards the land. The temperature abruptly drops on your shadow in the icy cold. You find yourself in the middle of a snowy wasteland. A sudden gust flings you to your knees. Inhale deeply, feeling your chest tighten and ache. Your fingers and ears are already numb and freezing to have to move. The pyramid. The frozen guard corpses standing on eternal guard duty find you worthy. The Super King kindly decides to share his forbidden knowledge with you. What does experience do? You know, level up and my Doom level is on 30%. Kinda like the village. Feeling hungry? You've entered a small local restaurant in order to daily special made with today's catch. Just where the hell did those fishermen go? One bite won't hurt. Feeling the eyes of the restaurant's guest on your back, you take a small bite of the smelly seafood. It tastes like the sea and melts in your mouth. Restaurant owner nods and smiles strangely. And we got the cars. Collecting cars is like Pokemon. Oh yeah. Let's go to the village more. At least this is our case. Following a real line, you entered an abandoned village. The whole room is illuminated by countless paper lanterns in many colors. One lantern, however, begins to get closer. I don't really have a weapon. And to death. This is where we die. Oh, we can actually escape. Well, thank you for your subscription. How are you doing, dear? When we went downtown, we can actually... Meets Yakuza card? Oh, okay, this is already good. Backpack sounds good. Anyways, we go back to the village. Oh. And we definitely should equip the branch. Oh, nice! Hello. We're here in World of Horror, which is kind of like a horror roguelike game. Quite interesting, actually. This trail to an abandoned Shinto shrine is overgrown and steep. However, it could be an important place to investigate. Take the quick route or the safe route? And not the... Why is there not a long and dangerous route? You hurt your knee badly when you step on a loose stone and fall down. Running back to the village to get the injuries checked. Okay, that was a win. Amsterdam. I had no idea that the funeral you've been invited to would end with the guests slashing their hands to feed the deceased with the blood. Stay at the back, but by now grotesque it is. Suddenly, the guests turned their heads in your direction. You're done now. Oh, we don't have the folklore studies, right? And I know it's a bad idea to follow the tradition. That's exactly why we do it. How gruesome as it is, it's still a tradition. However, you can shake the feeling that the deceased smiles slightly as you carefully cut your hand. I want to have bad endings too. An old priest is performing a ritual to appease a local demon imprisoned underground. You're invited to join them. That can go wrong. You're right about the ritual. Following the intricate pattern of stems, bows, and clamps isn't a problem for you. Once the ritual ends, the priest thanks you and hands over an item. We got a cursed doll. A trinket that's usable. Okay, good. Up to the village again. No one answers when you knock at Professor Takoshi's door. This is odd, since he's usually punctual about his appointments. The smell of blood tells you something's wrong, and you quickly open the door and enter. No sign of the professor, but the quantity of blood everywhere leaves you little doubt about what happened. But how? Why? There we go in for clothes for now. You search the room but can't find anything. The sound of the police sirens forces you to jump through a broken window. You're injured. That was a waste. People point and talk about a man on the other side of the street. He looks confused, muttering to himself, while occasionally touching a festering wound on his shin. You stop in your tracks and listen to the man's cursed incantation. What does mind drain? Ooh. In an otherwise bleak village, the look of the most beautiful flower patch surprises you. As you get closer, compliment the gardener, you stop, hearing weird sniffling sounds. You shaman. You found an item. My shovel is probably stronger than a branch. We discarded one item. Just all we can. You're from the KKK. Walking through the village, you suddenly pulled behind a building. Two menacing-looking masked figures block your escape. Do you serve the old one?
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
I am one of the old ones. We knew that the prophecies were true. masked figures will exhibit. Picking off the mask. We apologize for this, Master. We got allies now? Oh, this is great. I mean, our doom is inevitable, but we have minions. That was easy. Those are my guys, Eva and Ryuji. Do I get an extra? Oh, I actually have a picture of them, and I can talk to them. Woman with the broken hand. Ooh, oh, he is useful. The chef, not that much, but. He is useful. So I don't want to use him just yet. He is stamped upon a forgotten bookstore in a small alley. The interior is cluttered with dusty old tomes, animal bones, weird vials, and stuffed exotic animals I don't even recognize. Can I help you? Asked the tiny man behind the counter. I have things that will surely help you in your quest. Where do I see my friends? Is that my friends? I don't have ammunition, I don't have the tiny man hands you a package. I'm sure you will make good use out of this. Oh, it's another cursed dog. Oh, Master is coming, and we all can bask in its glory. Okay, I would say I should have a doctor to come down. Maybe I should just leave one. Once we get to somewhat 50 doom, your friend has asked you to meet them at a certain secluded location. Heading there, you find a telescope with a note signed by your friend. The note tells you to look through the telescope. You don't see anything at first. Then you notice ahead the bloated body of Afalash. Getting closer. I'll probably go to the hospital. Yeah. I still have some time before I ask the laughter. Oh, let's go to the morgue. Yeah. Hurry! Come back to listen. The emergency department is crowded as a direct result of the weird thing happening in your town. You finally asked the doctor's office now. How can I help you today? Additional actions available on the injury. I've seen injury card. I don't feel like he... You feel like this guy was observing your every move. I thought I could hear myself here. Oh, goddamn. My health just went down. As you walk through the village, cops favoring the braves, following your every movement. Oh, is that the injury card? Oh, I get it now. Go to the hospital. Fury and the land. I have to make money, man. We're not here for the Dark Forces scheme against you. You don't know who you can trust anymore. I'm all thoughts of things right now. An old man stops you and invites you into his house. You follow reluctantly, only to be amazed by the number of dusty old sorcery books inside. I can teach you a thing or two about magic, he says. Don't worry about payment. I'm sure we'll work it out in the future. Among the nonsensical stories the man told you, you've got one thing, and it could be the truth. Where do I even see my money? House repairs. She looks around. Did you hear? No. Oh, you just smiled. I'm almost level up. And that's the old god. You try to lose the masked man who has been following you the whole morning. You eventually find yourself in a dead end. For a way out, you hear Bran snapping. Hope he fights with me. Boing. Emily is actually going. I don't know where I see my fun. That's the one thing that I'm kind of confused about. Where do I see my money? Interesting. It says seed, so everything is. A friend returning from a trip to Africa has invited you to dinner. This time they've outdone themselves. This is a real feast full of exotic meals. Wait, and you can't stay for long. The host asked you if you want to take anything home with you. The egg is to die for. Probably human meat and the other one was probably bloody. And you would like it. The friend says, winking and packaging it for you. And what does the long fix? Gives me stamina. Let's use it because I was dying. Stamina is kind of a help. Oh, and we had hunger. Oh, what a beautiful face. I love it. You know what? I throw one away. Just to stop the dumpster. To sneak into the alley in the dead of night, the gagging. You look through the restaurant's garbage. It's all vile pub through pure chunks of meat. It's like promising some lambos. Grains of meat of an unknown source. Want to inspect for it to pass me. It's doing good. I'm so very necessary right now. condition of power. Mother Fumi? It has absorbed it. Deal 3 damage, gain 2. Ooh, I should have. Next fight. People point and talk about okay, we already have knowledge. How is average enemy damage? And 1. It costs stamina. Oof. Not right now. Maybe later, but where do I see my friends? This is the upsetting part. I don't see my fronts. Oh, right there. I have a front of 1. And about Addery, this minus 2 fronts. Will die. But slowly bleeding to death. Takahashi, your ship of voice shout during the jog around the area. You turn your head to see another one of the teammates and casual clothes smiling. Blissfully you're unaware of everything going on. What's up, Captain? Come jog with me. After a bit of playful coaxing, you're convinced that to join you for another lap or 2, the extra competition motivates you to push yourself harder. You'll wrap up around work out tired, but that is no. It's good as then. We keep pushing. The seasonal floods have closed many of those roads. Wasted a lot of time for a safe path. I tried. Plasma check failure. The mon is down to take no, and here we are. Dead. Old God is ready to return once more. Resisting the unknown horror was taking its toll on you now. Weakened, you finally succumb to your injuries alone. As the dust settles upon your eyes, reality starts to crumble. We died. Now then. The supposed cause of destruction of the Library of Alexandria, a perfect black marble statue, has been recently rediscovered and is currently waiting in the museum of 000 for its long-awaited protection. Old God's rule, both you and enemies deal extra. Oh, okay. Yeah. With the lighthouse. The ominous lighthouse has been closed down for longer than you can remember. Multiple padlocks prevent you from entering the building. You need 5 keys. Probably the 5 keys from the 5 stories. Alright. Picked up. Empty bottle. Oh. That's fun. No, it's different ones this time. Bloody brief of a beckoning bulletin. Tragic tale of thaumaturge teacher. Every episode of Revolving Wheels. We haven't really discovered an ending here, so do the rancid around. But here it tells you how many endings there. So there's 2 endings. Well, let's watch it. Feeling hungry? You've entered a small local restaurant and ordered the daily special made with today's lunch. Where the hell is the official? Itadakimasu. Just notice that it says a good appetite. Feeling the eyes of the restaurant's honest guests on your bag, you take a small bite of this beautiful. Surprisingly good, but you can't refuse another. So this was not the one. I don't want to have a look at that. Actually, down. Do you have the compass? No. Ah, the backpack. Bag. Backpack is always useful. You equip the backpack. What if we investigate down? It doesn't say if it's in the village or in the town. When you enter a metro car, you notice an oddly shaped package on the seat opposite of you, marked with your name. Reach for the package, but hesitate. Nasty feeling settling into the pit of your stomach. Coming in. It's not until you unwrap it that you understand what it is. Now you let it fall to the floor in your bloody hands. It's pretty, Chang. Uh-huh. Suddenly an empty bottle smashes on the wall behind you. You cover yourself from the glass fragments and notice the masked assailant holding a baseball bat. Oh, there. Yeah. Wanna do a Mortal Kombat you out? You found an item prescription. Important document. Where could you find a prescription? I'm at the hospital, probably. It's for an expensive pharmacy. Let's keep downtown. Something is wrong. You don't see anyone on the street. You could have sworn it was crowded just a minute ago. Better hurry out of here. The rats seem to twist and turn when you're not looking, laughing you in its neighborhood. You spend hours trying to find a way out. Completely exhausted, you end up on the main street at the passage with a blighted neighborhood slowly closes behind you. Despite your best efforts, you feel like the neighborhood is starting to change. Okay. Walking through the park, you find a little girl crying alone in the playground. You ask what's wrong, but she can't find her mommy. Luckily, you spot the girl's address on the backpack lying nearby. Take her home. You offer to take her home when you get there. The terrified mother slams the door in your face. From behind the door, she starts screaming to the girl. Wait. The little girl calmly tells you that she can't take it from here. The investigation is starting to take a toll on you, Al. I feel like you're about to fall asleep standing up. How do you address your weekend's frame? Take a nap. The world may be falling apart, but you really need it, man. Oh, let's do this time. He shakes her head, blowing up her hand in a shrug. What makes your ass something wrong? You tell her not to worry about it too much. They'll part ways shortly after. I think... yeah, we are not getting anywhere in the downtown. This trail to an abandoned Shinto shrine is overgrown in steam. However, it could be an important place to investigate. We'll take the safe route this time. Taking the safe route costs you time, but you get to the top without incident. Find out candle racks and dried blood around the shrine mean you sinister cult has claimed this location. How's my... oh, we actually doing good. And we have more time. Finances when scavenge the room where you hide as I need a weapon. You rummage through the drawers trying to find anything useful. You grab the news item and flee. Here we have an empty bottle. You can see a dog chewing on something in the distance. That a human bone? Or look how happy I am.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Goodbye. Aww. You know what? No, what am I at? They can deal with it. I don't have to do dog shit here. Okay, never mind. Maybe not. None of them is a problem. As you walk through the village, crops waver in the breeze, following you every movement. An old man stops you and invites you into his house. Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah, sure. Power trouble. Your eyes die, random stat gets erased by Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Now we're investigating the field. As you glance around, you notice that more and more people are wearing strange masks. Unlike anything you've ever seen before, you turn to your friends for reassurance. I notice that some also wear these eerie masks. Their voices sound muffled and distorted, and you can't shake off the feeling that they're not quite themselves. The hairs on the back of your neck stand on end, and you realize something is terribly wrong. This can't be happy. I like that reaction. This can't be happy. What are they protecting themselves against? You take a deep breath in the air and you feel steady. It's a bit thick with an invisible poison. You cough and your eyes begin to water. The world around you is not as safe as you want. In another otherwise bleak village, the look of the most beautiful flower patch surprises you. The gardener. Hell yeah, we have a shovel. Give me the shovel. Needed. Well, let's take the vine this time. Of course, I have enough bottles to last a whole year, your friend says. Indeed. Dry. Oh, my weight means I want to go level down. Magic item. That's a word crystal again. Oh, I was hoping for something new. So I have to assume that for now that I only get what I already know. The museum started hanging up posters promoting the Greek art exhibition, unaware of the danger the opening night may prove to the last night for all of us. Hitoto is coming in now. You know, the Dane. better than get this guy. Why can I not? Oh, that is a thing. No, not a thing. Mm. Plans to the next experience level. Choose one perk, and then 10. Come on, I need to run home. Knowledge is a good one. Knowledge and huh? Right. See, a bird. So, let's go with knowledge. Oh, those are the birds. Oh, oh my. We go for the folklore. Interesting. Oh. Enter the hospital looking for information about a certain patient. The main corridor's dog. Strangely empty. Just put a nose at the registration booth. He's asleep from exhaustion. can sneak past her, let her sleep, or set the trash can on fire. Set the trash can on fire. It causes widespread panic, but allows you to rummage through the cabinet and find the information you need. I kinda like that. We enter the portal again. This time, though, we check the icy coast. Countless corpses of a long-gone tribe are encased in the eye. Yes, all you have in mind. An old priest is performing a ritual to appease the local demon imprisoned underground. I refuse this time, I wanna know. The old man frowned and walked away. I fight my way. Oh, use local tradition as an excuse. Standing over the corpse, you clap 2 times and bow 3 times. Older mourners seem content with the sacrifice and let you go. You can't shake the feeling that the deceased smiles slightly. Unseasonal floods have closed many of the roads. Wasted a lot of time looking for a safe path. Our doom is coming. Following a weird gargling sound, you enter an alley. Standing in the shadows, you notice someone wearing a policeman uniform. Move along, citizen. Nothing to see here. You've made a horrible thing. You found an item, handcuffs. Eek. When an inventory of lower human enemies fall by 5%, defeat a human enemy with 10 or less health from me. Ooh, okay. Rest. You swallow the painkillers, you sit on the couch and read your favorite poem. I'm not sure if good enough to continue our reading. This time I'm You try to lose the masked man who has been following you the whole night. What's that for? Come on. And do this. Do this. It makes more sense when I do in this. A sudden blast of heat grabs your attention, and an older man standing next to you screams in pain as he's engulfed in fire. From seemingly nowhere, as other people start to panic and have to burn victim, you spotted a hooded woman standing in the distance. When she sees you, she starts to run. You can shake off the feeling you are the target of the supernatural attack. The hooded woman disappears behind your corner, and when you get there, she's gone, already mixed in with the crowd. In a nearby dumpster, you find the sulfur stinking hoodie and an envelope containing your photo as a curious incantation. Itato flame. I kinda like that. Investigation is taking a toll on you. You start to miss the obvious leads. Again? I'm coughing blood now. I should probably see. Or doctor. Recovered from one injury just to get another one. Alright. Whatever. Rest. I do have the following now. Oops. +1 to weapon damage. I kinda like that. Keep a dreaming and sensory actions. Ooh. We're close to it. Unless it's just that. What does it do? Oh, read it. You advance the next natural ability to guide others. Plus one stamina for all successful defense skill. That's good. Museum started hanging a poster. Okay. And our doom is very close. Oh boy, we are getting definitely the Doom ending. I question myself. You make your way inside the exhibition hall as your skin gets charred. The last thing you see is a turtle finally breaking free from its marble casket. You're delayed. When you arrive at the museum, the firefighters are already struggling to contain the spider. You manage to slip past the police and run inside. And one of the endings, probably. Right, it's him again. He did that. Change clothes. And take a peek through the peephole. I can't, I know I can load it. Probably just my imagination. What do we have this? Evolving Yields? Proud Fable of Fear Festival? Macabre Memoir of Morbid Memories? The Chilling Chronicle of the Crimson Fiend? Fear Festival sounds good. A far-out Fable of Fear Festival? God has sent you a letter inviting you for a curious-sounding festival. It's held every 27 years in a small village. You don't like the sound of it, but your parents both agree. You need a break from all the strife. Inside the letter, there's a bus ticket. What's the worst thing that could happen? Yourself as you board the bus. Just when you thought your stomach couldn't handle it anymore, the janky old bus stops at its destination. You get up and take a deep breath before looking around. A small village, and the nearby fields are surrounded by a thick forest. When it's that's when you thought your stomach couldn't handle it. You get up. A fat man wearing dusty overalls approaches you. It's the owner who promised to pick you up. Following close behind him, your eyes are drawn to his hand. They're so deformed, resemble claws more than hands. We just arrived, so we check out our inn room. The inn's room is dusty, like it hasn't seen any visitors in years. You wonder if anyone cleaned it since the last festival, 27 years ago. There's a folder of available activities lying on the table. Sounds good. The hot spring feels great. Finally, you can relax for a bit and enjoy the warm water. Okay, that's a... Enjoying the festival is a free action, and we do that first. There's still some time before the festival starts. The locals are seemingly busy setting up stands and decorating the place. A few stands are already open, but you can't shake off the feeling something is wrong. Getting away. You break out into a cold sweat when you see the street vendor's twisted grimace. You back off, wishing it was only a mask. As you walk through the village, clubs favor in the breeze. When you're happy, a weird sound wakes you up. Look closer to the window and look out. You can't see anything and get ready to go back to bed when suddenly the moon comes from behind the thick clouds. 3 hooded figures are standing at the forest edge. One by one, they light their torches and disappear behind the tree. What was that about? Who are they? They all wear strange masks. Should you follow them into the forest or try to find more information about the festival? Well, let's go to the forest. Want to make friends in the garden? Grouping tree branches hang over the path, framing it in an almost macabre way. Almost inspiring. Or get lost in thoughts. You get completely lost in your thoughts. Wander around the woods for a long time. You sure have some new leads in your investigation. Walking through a tree nursery, you suddenly stop. Something feels off. It's a bit too early for the leaves to change their color. Before you can continue investigation, someone grabs you. Boink. And now Karate Kid. A sudden storm forces you to find shelter in a nearby cave. Looking around, you discover strange markings on the cave wall. Wonder what it could all mean. Going back to the inn, you overhear 2 masked villagers. They are talking about something. Awakening at the next dawn. I wonder what's
Adlings
up
are
with
invading
that.
the void for 90 seconds.
It's probably not safe there, but we continue. A parasitic organism burrows under the bark. Dilated slowly. The bark is flabby and sticky. Makes you recoil in horror. The trees overhead block the sunlight and you begin to feel gloomy. Where is everybody? The trail of blood and sickly smelling sludge leads to the outskirts of the village. Somewhere in the dark forest, there's an answer waiting. I like how the forest itself looks like a face. While exploring the factory, you are caught by masked people you've seen from the inn's window. After tying you up, they bring you to the cult leader. We knew you would come. You hear a raspy voice. Your aunt's voice, coming from behind the priest's weird mask. And she signals towards the door behind her. Our master is waiting for a final blood sacrifice. Supposed to do anything? With a loud bang, the ancient horror disappears and the high priest falls to the floor, grabbing their shoulder. The last thing you see before blackening out are the beams of flashlights and the hand of a police officer saving you from falling. Later that day, detectives interrogating you are confused when you tell them about the ritual, blood, and eldritch being. The village is abandoned, with no traces of blood anywhere. You were the only one seeing the ancient horror. Wild fable of a fear festival ending. Well, you couldn't catch the leader of the cult to interrogate them. The people are safe. You bought the old boss, wondering what would happen if you didn't stop the ritual in time. Okay, knowledge is key, plus 30 experience. Thorough investigation, plus 15 XP. There's still hope, minus 5 doom, talents. Okay. The old god stairs. Play a key to reveal its. Preparing for the worst. People are stocking up on everything, making it harder for you to find what you want. Inside your mailbox, you find a small key. What is it in here? First, we can do is decide to spend some time with your family, living in the nearby town and rest, feeling detained by the horror you've experienced. Okay. Not like we can load it anywhere. Just if we really want to quit here. No. We're not doing it. How are we doing? We're actually quite good. Eerie episode of Evolving here. This one, Chilling Chronicle of the Crimson Eve, but this only has 2 endings, and that way we could get through it. Chilling Chronicle of a Crimson Cave. New game is spreading among your friends. A dare to stay in the unused school restroom after classes. A dare to meet Akamanto. But was originally harmless, fun has returned badly. The body of a boy was found last week. The school principal has banned the game, but that's only made it more popular. Commando must be stopped before another kid gets killed. One of her friends says he doesn't believe in guys and he intends to complete the dangerous. In that games, investigated the school. The museum started hanging up posters promoting the graded exhibition. Oh, okay. Why does it? Okay, with your friends safe for now, you should look into the legend. The records in the city's library make mention of Akamando. It's getting dark as you arrive at the cemetery. Shadows move in the fantastic, non-accountable way between the tombstones. Finding the right grave may prove to be a challenge, especially when you hear someone's gaze on you. You quickly find the tombstone marked with a red string. It's an interesting find for more sure, but you need to find more information. The gossip about the current mystery. Here we can learn gossip, so we do that. Latest gossip. It's been so hard to get any sleep lately. When Akamando asks which paper you want, you must refuse everything. What did you do on your English exam? Walk away, said you. Please seem relaxed. Michi is reading a horror manga about Spyro. Seem relaxed. Kaede is staring at the clouds. They look like hands. Seem relaxed. Sorry, I don't have time for games. How will I help you? Yet some versions of the legend, everyone agrees you can't take anything the man's offers you though. Many of these books you can find here were donated after the accident at the university building. Let's make notes. I decide to make some notes about subject that could be relevant in this case. Hopefully all your work won't go to waste. And the investigating. This door should be there. Shouldn't look anywhere. More importantly, it shouldn't pull you in. Let's enter. Finally you enter the unknown. Where are you? Lost in time and space, you drift in nothingness until something puts you toward the line. temperature abruptly drops and you shudder in the icy cold. You find yourself in the middle of a snowy wasteland, and sudden gust flings you to your knees. You inhale deeply, feeling your chest tighten and ache. Fingers and ears are already numb and freezing. You have to move. The frozen god cold standing and under god duty find you worthy. The Super King kindly decides to share his forbidden knowledge with you. I have no weapon, that's... Oh. And... Dexterity is always a way out from seemingly hopeless situations. Attuned with the natural rhythm of life, much of various rituals and originalness. You take that together with knowledge. I think we need knowledge in this one. One of the articles mentions a young doctor who performed life-saving surgery on a victim of a brutal assault. The assault happened in a toilet stall. Maybe he still works at the hospital and can share some information. He's just student A for Harker. You're stopped by a masked man wearing a lab coat. He introduces himself as a researcher from Tokyo University, testing a new treatment method that promises to revolutionize modern medicine. Holding out a pile of documents, he tells you he can heal your wounds for free. Do I even have those? Oh yeah, I have Frostbite. Alright. Later, you wake up in the abandoned surgical ward within the old part of the hospital with a nasty new wound. Doctors know where to be seen and have a new wound. Learned that the doctor suddenly left the hospital after the latest murder, taking all of the records with him. Why would he do that? And not only the only bad news. A friend didn't come to school today, and another body has supposedly been found. As you enter the school gym, you notice a strange black door wrapped. Principal has ordered the school to be closed down for the investigation. While you walk through the crowded space, someone bumps into you and quickly apologizes. Here's what's happening. They stole your wallet. You quickly grab them. They drop it before disappearing in the crowd. Impossible angles and seemingly moving lines make your head spin. How is this possible? There's no turning back now. You step into the last stall and close the door behind you. Investigate the cursed toilet. You wait in the stall, trying to be as quiet as possible. Suddenly, you hear the sound of rubber boots as an unknown liquid drips on the tile. You can see the top of his head. He's taller than any man you've ever seen. The door slowly opens. Prepare yourself. A masked man dressed in a red coat, clearly to fall for the ceiling, emerges from outside. Tell me, his voice sounds like a faulty radio. Would you like red paper? Oh, blue paper. Hey Joe, how you doing, you? I don't want anything from you. It's getting darker. The tall man in the red clothes slowly takes their mask off. The tall walls wither and rot. In reality, to crumble. Fine. Be useful for once. Soon, basking in the dying sun's morbid glow, your corpse continues to twist and warp, bringing you closer to primordial, perfect form. Soon the herald will take you to Shattered Court, where you will perform and sing mad songs until the end of time itself. You got far enough. You survived for half an hour now. Almost half an hour. This game is interesting. It's a really, really interesting concept too, to have a roguelike horror. Okay, let's see what's the first case this time. Okay, we have the same old god. First, I really liked that outfit the most, I think. Get the empty bottle first. Okay, what do we have this time? We have the macabre memoir of morbid mermaids, the horrible history of household hell, alarming account of abnormal arms, and the bizarre brood of the blood-curdling botanist. This one sounds interesting. Bizarre brood of the blood-curdling botanist. Your neighbor asked you to help. Husband Shiro-san has gone missing. He's worried it might be connected with the new fertilizer he ordered from Tokyo. Where is he, and why would he need so much fertilizer? We've got the business card of the gardening company where the missing man was working. Maybe some of his colleagues could tell. Let's see. The museum starts hanging up posters promoting the Greek okay. Hiro-san has always been a weirdo, but he's good at what he does. Last month, he ordered a pack of experimental fungicide from Tokyo. I think I've seen the dispatch order with an address somewhere. the old man says. Let me move this dirt and I'll look in. Experts are baffled by the sudden appearance of 20 stone statues lined up in a row in the middle of the park. You can cast one spell without paying anything. With this patchouli stained with a foul-smelling liquid, I think you can make out the address, at least parts of it. The house is somewhere in the nearby forest. Thank you for the water bottle. Here, don't remind me. Odd. Not looking forward to the next gateway. Hey, this time I don't have my folklore card. Right, find my way down. Yes, mean business. Breaking into a run. You smash into a mourner standing near the exit. It's dark. You don't remember the trees growing so close to each other. I assume it's like Minesweeper. Yeah, I understand that. While wandering through the woods, you discover strange carvings one after the other. And by the look of them, they were made recently. Could they be connected with the current mystery? I didn't buy the camera. That is a sci-fi. You can't tell what the strange symbols mean wandering aimlessly in the forest. It will take some time before you pick up the trail again. The trees overhead block the sunlight, and you begin to feel gloomy. You stumble upon a half-eaten deer carcass. Lovely. We have the right sauce. The heat wave continues with record temperatures. The avid heat wave. Continuing the investigation takes more and more effort, thanks to stamina. A sudden storm forces you to find shelter in a nearby cave. Around you discover strange markings in the cave walls. I'm not good enough in law knowledge. Drooping tree branches hang over the path, framing it in an almost macabre way. Almost inspiring. Get a grab of it. You quicken your pace and leave the menacing path. Following the ghastly music, you find yourself in a forest. The sound is getting closer. Lovely. Let me throw a bottle in your face. Have the right opening for it after all. And then I punch you. Mortal Kombat style. Next one. You discover an old campsite located in the edge of a small clearing. The tent has been knocked down and the food and utensils have been scattered everywhere. Just the tent. The sleeping bag has been torn to shreds. You find a wallet nearby. There's no ID card inside, but you're sure the absence of cash is the least of the missing owner's problems. A sudden blast of heat grabs your attention, and an older man standing next to you. Oh, yeah, The hooded woman disappears. We have not enough dexterity for that chain. The last one. Finally, after what felt like hours of following the dirt road, you find the old mansion. It's completely overgrown with plants you've never seen before. In front of the mansion, there was the gardening company minivan filled with boxes. Slowly you enter the building with caution. You stand in the middle of the room when suddenly the floor gives away and you fall down to the basement. Falling through the hole in the floor, you find yourself in an overgrown basement. In the corner lies a man you recognize. It's Chihiro-san, the missing gardener. You must help him escape this cursed place. Only the gardener. And here we go. There we go, we escaped. Plants continue to attack as you and the gardener flee from the forest, only to suddenly stop when you reach the city limits. You manage to call an ambulance from a phone booth, but lose consciousness before it arrives. You wake up in a hospital, your wounds bleeding. When asked about Chihiro-san, the doctors are puzzled. You were the only person they found. The gardener is missing to this day. Bizarre brood of the black way of ending C. The old god stares. A weird epidemic keeps staff at the hospital busy. Skipping the line will cost you more. You find a small key. Which one is the next thing? Oh, come on, the household of the hell. Horrible history of a household hell. Many old mansions around this town. The 000 Manor is one of them, supposedly haunted by a family of 4.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
One summer. But was it the only tragic event that took place there? Friends you've talked with are not sure where the mansion itself is located. You have to find the mansion first, but the library might shed some light on it. You may know. Decide to make some notes about the subject that could be relevant in this case. Hopefully, all your wife won't go to waste. once you talked with her, I'm not sure where the mansion is now located. But I was in the... Okay, fine. Investigating the school. You hear a faint sound while walking outside the biology classroom inside an old anatomy bottle. The building was supposed to be somewhere near the class. You copy the mansion's photo from the newspaper and prepare to leave. Feeling like you are on the brink of losing your mind, you decide to visit your parents' old friend, Father Yasser. Hey kiddo, says the priest, who is currently moving some boxes in and out of the church. Will you lend me a hand? Lifting the box, you feel your back cracking, but you manage to get it all over with relatively quick. Afterwards, Father Yasugi invites you inside for a cup of hot tea and home-baked cookies made by one of the parishioners. You explain your situations to him. The priest listens, letting you end all of your doubts and anxiety. We definitely have to go first to our home and rest. Okay, now we investigate the seaside. Suddenly, the air around you begins to whirl. A supernatural wave of freezing wind is approaching. The blizzard chills you to the bone and disappears as quickly as it began. You make it through the window. This is an abandoned mansion friends have talked about. Let's explore it. Yeah, but let's explore it after we rested. It looks like one of the previous owners of the mansion liked to read. Dusty tomes, rage of the ceiling. You don't have much time, but maybe you could spare a minute to look through the books. Let's check this. Yeah, we start with the chalice. The books are covered with a thick layer of dust. However, you notice that one tome must have been placed here recently. From it, you learn about distant words and bizarre rituals. Hey Myra, how are you doing, dear? Have another stone. Injury removal. How are we doing? We're currently thanks for the ahead. You heard a weird noise coming from the locks. Let's find a key.
Poke me if you dare, Amira_smiles. But beware, my blade is sharp and my patience short. Proceed with caution.
There you have it. I find a heavy tomb, wrapped in moth-eaten black velvet, in an old locked cabinet. When you remove the book's wrappings, you recall in disguise. Found in human flesh. I don't want to outtake it. Grabbing a book, you cut yourself on a rusty nail, prior driven through the cover. Injury. Doesn't sound bad. This time we go with the corners first. Suddenly, a wall before you withers and falls apart, revealing our whole with monstrosity. That's not a monstrosity. It's just Dave. Better beat him up to death. Alright, what we got here? Look at how... Oh, I leveled up. I go with this one. And I go with knowledge. The museum started out. You get an event like that inside the mansion? Alright, okay. That pair has been following you since morning. You finally managed to lose them, but can't shake the feeling that it will only get worse. Notice anything weird recently? As you glance around, you notice that more and more people are at that one. A sense of dread creeps over you as the mass people are swarming through the store, filling their carts with food and survival equipment. You notice the goods prices have already skyrocketed. You realize that you need to act fast if you want to have any chance of survival. Okay. We lost money. Dark forces scheme against you. You don't know who you can trust anymore. The round window of the Crooked Manor Tower is falling. You feel your strength drain away as you stare at the bright light. You don't have the strength to move a finger. The blinding light is growing larger and larger. To your shock, you can't feel the ground under your feet. Lost in time and space, you drift in nothingness until something pulls you towards the light. Ooh, this is new. A parasitic star is looming over the dying civilization. Is this the fate of our planet as well? I want to go into the... Inside the decaying nave, you find a keepsake from the ancient world. There's a humanoid skeleton wearing ruined armor. Its weapon looks strangely familiar. Oh hell yeah, I got the katana. Finally, a good fucking weapon. You aren't sure what to expect. The sturdy door to the study opens with a creak. The dark, dusty room is empty. Something feels wrong. A faint draft, perhaps? You move the rotten carpet aside to reveal a secret passageway, not directly into the cave walk. Following a strange song, you discover a hidden passage that leads you to an underground chamber connected to the sea. You can't find the source of the sounds, but then it hits you. The acoustics of this place makes the waves sound like the most beautiful serenade. Mesmerized. You step closer to the stone altar at the roof of the room. Explore some more. We try to explore the side corridors, but it's too dark. You only have some source of light. There we go, let me step closer. Unholy shines coming from the caves connected to the mansion. Must have driven the family insane with no connection to the outside world. They have fed on what they have themselves. However, this doesn't explain the fresh corpses and red tracks around the altar. With more and more students going missing, the police have restricted access to the school's building. That makes things difficult. Another small key. Here's the thing, can we already back to the town square lighthouse? Okay, we have a few that are. I'll look into the lighthouse just yet. Oh, we're getting close. How am I doing? Where's my status? Yeah, I don't wanna take a breath. Thanks. The shower will help you calm down and wonders for your sore muscles. What temperature should you set it to? Once a year, a ramen shop appears where there was once a yellow ring. The ramen sold inside is food from its former patrons. Here, any help? Using. Yes. Moment Mavens. Macabre memoir of Marvin. The janitor was obsessed with mermaids. He's collected every scrap of the legend about them in the school basement. Now his mind is numbed. He's decided it's time to make one of his own, using unfortunate students' bodies as material. There's one thing everyone at the school is talking about. Another girl from your area has gone missing. Could there be anything connecting all the missing people? I should investigate downtown. There we go. We take her with us. The road seems to twist and turn when you're not looking. When you're in the neighborhood. Asking around the neighborhood got you some results. It seems that all the girls attended the same school. You enter the art workshop. The room is cluttered with half-finished sculptures and bizarre masks hanging on the wall. One sculpture strikes you as eerily realistic. Check out this sculpture. The head of the sculpture looks like so lifelike. You move closer and raise your hand nervously to touch it. It falls off. A headless person stumbles out of the sculpting classroom and is reaching for your head. Oh, how horrible, but now I have a katana. The missing girls were apparently members of the school's swimming team. Maybe someone saw the kidnappers stalking them. Hearing an eerie sound coming from behind the door, you decide to check it out. At first glance, the abandoned classroom seems empty. Once your eyes get used to the darkness, you discover an unusual sigil drawn on the floor. Judging by the smoke, someone put out the candle the moment you entered. I like the candle. The moment you light the remaining candle, the ground under the sigil collapses, revealing an impossible deep hole. Its walls are carved into a spiral shape, giving it the illusion of movement. For my reason, again. Travel to Morbid School. Before we do that, I don't want to investigate my room. I just want to rest. And rest some more. And there we go. Oh, now let's have a level up. More doom penalty from running from combat. And you've got an eye for art and details. And more knowledge. A nauseating stench stops you. Someone has scattered rotting fish guts everywhere and hung up countless fish heads. You cover your mouth as you slowly retreat. A vast flock of seagulls outside viciously attack the windows. Wherever the kidnapper may be, you seem to be really obsessed with mermaids. Inside the science lab, you'll find the plan of the town's sewer system. Someone has marked a path leading from the sea directly to the school. Seeing the two shot offhand, you can't help but wonder who's preparing your food for the past week. Research the occult. Reading the ramblings of a madman has made you sick. Something wrong here. Weird apathy seems to infect every adult you ask for help. Won't have to deal with it alone. Someone taps you on your back. Sorry, is the bush still running? I'm sure late for meeting. The bush says you're going to kill me. Startled, you quickly turn around, shocked by what you see. Oh, wasn't. You compare the sewers plan with the school map and it suddenly dawns on you. School basement must be the place the kidnapper is keeping the missing swimmers. You carefully enter the biology classroom. The room seems empty at first, until you switch the lights on. You gasp in horror. Lying in a pool of blood is one of the teachers, with a fruit knife in the hand. There's a jar of foam Madeline, and the nearest table, mesmerized by the spiral pattern on the sea creature's skin. You step over the dead body and come closer. And then the voices stop. Do this. Wait. And found an item. Lamp of flesh. What does lamp of flesh do? Plus 5 stamina and adds a new status. You went on. There's the signs. These bells raising doom. There's no turning back now. God, let's hope she's alright. You bust through the door to the janitorial closet. It's already too late. The latest missing girl is lying on a dirty mattress. The upper torso at least. The tail of a fish has been crudely sewn in places of her legs. She was too weak and died. You hear the mad janitor say. He looks you up and down. Maybe you'll do. Not giving up after the previous failure, the obsessed janitor has found another body to experiment on. You. Mad janitor's body slams to the floor. You pick up his axe and, using it as a crutch, you try to leave the room. Injured and weakened, you slowly lose consciousness in the school corridor. Police officers find you a few hours later. No trace of the mad janitor is found. But you will sleep a little better tonight knowing that the other students are safe. Dangerous bands of rioters are gathering around downtown area. The police are helpless. How's our... Oh God. We definitely sell the eggs. We have a color now that's way better. And we got another key. The show will help you calm down and do wonders with your sore muscles. We need extra reason. I shall like it. We do one more thing. And we only do have the alarming account of abnormal arms. Remember when it started? The woman next door was strangled to death in her bed. No sign of forced injury. The killer was never found. The apartment remained vacant. The door to her apartment was closed and she lived alone. What are the ways in? Maybe you can get to the apartment and compare with other flats. The only metro line in your town connects the university and the science complex. You could take a ride to gain some time, but you've got a feeling something is wrong. Where are all the people? Let's take a ride. Blackjack says, even though the metro car is completely empty, you arrive at your station without any problems, saving valuable time. We solved this errand. The apartment is on the 3rd floor. No way somebody used the window to escape the murder scene. You find an envelope lying on a pillow in your bedroom. Inside is cash and a note from someone who has been watching you. They wish you luck in your task and promise to meet you soon. So how did this envelope end up in your bedroom? Notice the odd placement of the ventilation jets. Seem too small for anyone to crawl through though. Not wanting to wait for an elevator, you decide to take the rarely used stairs. You suddenly trip but grab the railing at the last second. You get up to inspect what caused you to trip, you freeze in terror. You're slowly standing up. What a nice smile, but I'm really not use my weapon again. You should interview the neighbors. Maybe you discover something the police may. Yeah, but we also should wait. Get better. A woman jumps out of her apartment covered in gore. Between sobs, she tries to explain what happened. I was taking a shower when suddenly the shower had started spraying blood. A trail of blood leaked into the dark apartment. Check the bathroom. No, you don't find anything in the smell of blood, mate. Fair enough. One neighbor is complaining about her missing underwear. Alright.
Adlings are invading the void for
While
90
looking
seconds.
around the ransacked room of your recently deceased friend, you discover a half-finished painting of a woman. Her skin, a glassy, pale yellow color. The scene is disturbing. You startle to look at. Unintimidated by the painting, it gives you new insight into the madness that possessed your friend. Another neighbor is complaining about weird noises coming from the vents when she gets home. Mr. 000, your neighbor is a horror manga artist. He's trying to come up with a satisfying ending for his newest story. Folklore is always. What's that picture? Catch a glimpse on the painted thing. Suddenly you feel very weak and excuses have to leave. Truly evil has grown its grass. Check the building plan to find out if there's a place where all the vents come. As you prepare a bath, you think about all the possible leads so far. You're very tired. Maybe ice cold water is a good idea. Your body clearly wasn't prepared for a cold bath, and you will feel a cold coming. Every room is connected by vents coming from the unused boiler room. You enter the dark boiler room and trip over the pipe. First thing you find the light switch and gasp in horror. Not the pipe at all. It's a long, rubbery arm coiling around the room and ending in the ventilation shaft. Closer, you can smell something vile and rotten. You almost fall to the ground when you see the wide open stare of the dead pervert. His elongated limbs stretching and disappearing into the vent's darkness. After the police arrive, the whole building gets searched. Following the arms of the detectives find the body of a man stuck in a ventilation shaft. Later, he is identified as the building's caretaker. In his closet, police find pieces of underwear and voyeuristic photos of the tenants. You are questioned thoroughly and eventually released as the murder case is being covered up as the case of an unfortunate gas leak. Alarming account of abnormal arms. The whole town stopped receiving any outside signal. Must be the radio mast here. Inside your mailbox you find a small key. What does it do? We need what most? I think we all want to call the clues here. Which means all we can do. Going to the lighthouse. You finally made it inside the cursor in the lighthouse. Your gut is telling you two things. Whoever or whatever is behind the weird events must be on the highest floor of this place, that you should run away from this place as far and fast as you can. You're afraid there won't be a way back once you start climbing these stairs. Now we can start climbing. Following the winding staircase, you are stopped by a metal gate. The tiny page nailed to the gate explains that opening the gate will require you to grab two metal rods. Using your own body as a natural conductor, you will power up the gate. Fine. You're about to grab the rods when you notice the dials and the buttons. You toy with them for a bit before adjusting both voltage and current, so it's safe for you to grab them. With a buzz, the gate opens. Following the winding staircase, You find a metal gate that blocks your way. It's locked but you notice an electric cable. It seems to connect to the door to a hole inside central pillar. If there's a switch inside, you'll have to risk getting cut by numerous glass shards and knives. You manage to locate the door switch while avoiding the knives and glass shards to the rest of the gate. Following the winding staircase, you are stopped by darkness. A thick black cloud is obscuring your vision, and you can swear something's waiting for you inside it. You decide to brave the whale, finally emerge. A while later, save you can't, however, when the blasphemy whispered. You are stopped by a girl wearing dirty black uniform. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. As reaching for her bag. It's too late anyway. You simply take a step back when you notice a knife in her hand. You have to think fast. You try to talk her into allowing you to pass, but suddenly she raises the knife and slices right across her own throat, nearly decapitating herself. You carefully step over her body. No reason is it? Following the winding staircase, you find a metal gate that blocks your way. The cable should be powering it. It's currently disconnected. The power box itself is covered in a weird, moist goo. Just inhaling the fumes makes your eyes hinge. And water, but to power the gate, you'll need to disconnect the faulty plug. And check it out. Surprised at how much effort it takes to disconnect the faulty plug? As you force it, the weird goo burns your fingers. Finally, you manage to separate the faulty plug and connect the proper cable with the bus of the gate opens. The dark clouds swirl around the lighthouse. Did you arrive late? As the unnatural fog slowly lifts, you are relieved and collapse on the floor. The next day, everything feels like a bad dream. Managed to stop the ritual, awakening the eldritch old god. What's done is done. You will steer in its slumber again and again, until the stars align once more. You're safe. For now. Okay, backstory waterfall. The summoned old god in total. Incoming doom was at 60%. Oh, this one was almost an entire hour, right? Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Now the question now. Okay, that's still locked. Okay, we will do the quick play in a bit, but before that, I go to the bathroom. Let's do the quickly. Hmm. Video Shiokaba. Okay, that's definitely the same. The media has been reporting about various people with seemingly supernatural skills. Oh, and that's... Where are we? Mega merge? What? What is that? What are you her? Huh? Oh, I kind of like different outfits. Like that one. Every now. In a random spell, lose 1 to 2. The Grow team adds a new combat action right before the end of the mystery. Yeah, the gross, but kinda cool too. Oh, I can't remember back when I forget this. That's his fault. One report of Renzo Ramen out of an airline PM. Watching the local news, here's but the familiar street feature about the news ramen job. The food critic has a manager as he describes the ramen. Wait, I have a guy with me? Who's that? With me? Eva. Oh, yes, just right. Nice. The neighbors are a manga artist. He's trying to come. Okay, that's always negative. Oh. You can see the restaurant through the staircase window. You watch the door for hours, but never see any of the cooks enter nor leave. The only true way to investigate is to get into the restaurant yourself. Wandering through an empty corridor, you find an old vending machine. You don't recognize the brands of sodas inside. You really could use a drink. Let's go for the expensive one. The day seems a little odd. You enjoy the drink anyway. Oh, I thought I'd get a perk or anything. It seems that you were not the only one wanting to try it for yourself. You stand in line for hours. Questions gone there for years, and you're sure. Alarmed by the sound of glass breaking, you discover the corpse of a policeman lying in a pool of blood. Looks like someone or something tore out his throat. I steal his gun. You won't be needing it for sure, but you still feel bad about stealing from the cops. Listen, we need a weapon. The smell around the restaurant is overpowering. Graze, hot, and you can smell. You're pleasantly surprised to meet your old friend while waiting for a train. Undoubtedly changed a lot since you've last seen her. These days, she's moderating a rap forum dedicated to the paranormal. Maybe she knows something useful. Hey, let's invite her for coffee. In between conspiracy theories and Bigfoot sightings, you hear a roaring rumor about an old god slowly awakening to rule the earth once again. This may be the reason for a recent topic of thing. It's finally your turn to order. One ramen, please. Almost gloomy Friday. Our master is coming, and we all can bask in its glory. Well, we'll... The red bow is pushed in your face, so crowded that you're forced to sit on the floor. A sudden growl comes from behind a corner. Makes you stop. You're almost dead here. Oh my fucking god. With a slick hand, you fill a vial with the soup and walk out. Without tasting the weird dish. This pulling of some delicate strings, you get the ramen into a lamp. While handing over the gathered material, you add in, what you send to the laboratory. Just the vial of ramen. A mere day later, your friend rings your door. Her face is pale and in a shaky hand. He holds an analysis sheet. You usher her in a bolt the door. You feel ill looking at the charts. And they couldn't identify some of the particles. They did discover a highly addictive drug in the broth. The ramen restaurant must be closed immediately. A week later, the police and government officials are looking over the ramen restaurant used to be. Nothing remains but a gap in the street, an aimless, confused destiny. You would like to believe that what the end of it, but snippets in newspapers from other cities unsettle you. brief articles about an existing new ramen restaurant opening and its mysterious owner keep showing up. You can no longer eat noodles without feeling ill. More and more students going missing. The bullies. Okay. You definitely need to relax. No, not reason, not 6 people studying her, knowing. Vicious verses of a violent measure. You've received an official-looking letter. What does a law firm from Tokyo want from you? We regret to inform you of the passing of our client and your grand-uncle. His funeral will be preceded by an overnight vigil as a client's request. Thank you for the waterboarding. And hi, Lemon. How are you doing, dear? Yeah, I adapted my shading here to match the game. I don't know if you know this game, but this game is basically a horror roguelike. There's an address and a list of people expected to arrive. I don't recognize any of these names. Intrigued, you decide to check it out yourself. What's the worst thing that could happen? Following the directions from the letter, you slowly fight your way through the overgrown forest path. The old mansion looks like it was torn down and rebuilt many times. Where is everybody? You find a heavy tool wrapped in moth-eaten black velvet, an old locket cabinet, and you remove the book's wrappings you recoil in disgust. It's bound in human flesh. Aww. Need more knowledge. It swarms with countless blasphemous voices. It takes you some time, but finally you manage to find someone. Not again. I should ask them what's on here. A muscular man is eyeing you as you take a step towards him. You can't help but notice a deep scar going across his cheek. The man's body is in the master's bathroom. There if you want it. In the mirror, catch a glimpse of something that shouldn't be there. Pressing a handkerchief to your nose, you enter the dark room. There's no way they allowed your grand-uncle to just lie here. It was the correct bow and clap order. The other guests will know. As you return to the corridor, you notice another family member arrived. As all the guests are studying small cars. Could ask him about it. The muscular man is eyeing you. As you take a step towards him, you can't help but notice a deep scar across his shield. I didn't get this with a letter. Here, take mine. The young woman wrinkles her nose when she notices you. You can swear you've seen the symbol engraved on her necklace before. Does not pretend to likely want to be here. Would like to thank you on behalf of our client for participating in the vigil on such short notice. As a spiritual person and left instructions, we are asking you to follow closely. 10 p.m. prayer over the body. Oh, clap, bow. 11 p.m. fire blaze. Okay, hang on. We go back here. We have currently what that? Oh yeah, let's inspect this one. Missing a handkerchief to your nails. Okay. Already copied that. What time do we have?
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
$10 p.m. Okay. $10 p.m. Go. Clap, bow. Bow. Clap, bow. I think you got it alright. Were startled when you discovered the headless bunny. Horrified when you saw its head hanging in the middle of the room and laughed. Ooh, lovely. Why not miss the attack? Come on, then I'll just kick you. Wait, what's that? Black hair? What do I do with black hair? Used combined with drink. All family members are gathered near the fireplace. You can tell everyone is waiting for the dawn. Guests seem strangely uninterested in this vigil. You should explore more and learn. $11 p.m. Light up the fireplace. You shudder instantly, recognizing the room from a newspaper photo. 3 years ago, a man hanged himself. Why is the vigil being held in a place like this? You found a new eyebrow. Oh, I have a meat cleaver. It actually might better than our revolver here. Investigation can wait. How that is too inviting. I take a hot bath because he needs that. You bath happily and continue with newfound strength. I'd give reason instead. It's midnight. You should go and pray. The guest seems frankly uninterested in this window. Hey, we do have 12 a.m. Pray over the body. Clap, 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 clap. The body, it's missing. It seems that someone has already removed all the furniture from this room. The overgrowing plant is casting an unsafe. Where is everybody? Oh, well, probably, we found a meat cleaver, so, let's see. Probably. Nice. Okay, this time we check out the table. The note lying on the table look like the ramblings of a madman, but you can see a method of their madness. You managed to find one of the guests. They are shaken, but otherwise safe. You both decide to get the hell out of this place, but the door is gone. But Tamura nervously scratched the scar. In the middle of a room, you see a man tied to a chair. You rush in to help, move his gag. The man starts shouting curses in an ancient prophecy. You fall onto the floor, your mind flooded with unspeakable images as the man slowly stands up, completely ignoring the chair he was seemingly. Here is Statue Land. Not showing up anywhere. Probably couldn't pick it up because I already have 4 items. Get down that row. 5 a.m. it's... Got an envelope found in this study. It seems that someone has already moved all the furnitures. Okay. Burn the envelope. Takes you some time, but you finally find an envelope. Following the instructions, you burn it without opening it. Corpses are strung up on wire like macabre marinades with painted smiles and rosy cheeks. Another guest has no say with you. The whole building quakes and moves. Gather what will come next. Cover the mirror in the stone. Oh shit, Kill that. You're not. Cover the mirror. Oh well. Check out the mask. One mask looks like key into the design you once saw in an occult book. You decide to take it with you. As the vigil is nearing its end, the whole mansion takes more and more until the wall starts to collapse, revealing the shocking truth about your whereabouts. The walls of the corridor collapse, revealing an alien landscape. And Taze floating about as the slimy appendages glow. Voice in your head tells you what to do. The bloated corpse of your uncle slowly floats into the room as the remaining walls go. Contract not over yet. A voice booms in your head as everything gets dark. When you wake up, you find yourself lying on the ground. Your mansion, nowhere to be seen. Next to you are the other guests, confused as you. Everything feels like a bad dream. Was the man claiming to be your granduncle really trying to cheat death itself? Ooh, that actually does sound good. And I think it's a good thing to go for more strength. You and the other members finally exit the forest and leave the nightmare behind. One thing is certain though, you will never open any more letters for law firms from Tokyo. I think we need... some stamina. One is standing in the shadow, watching your door. Eerie episode of Evolving Yields. Returning to your home, someone suddenly bumps into. Did you know? You turn around. Your friend living in the same apartment complex, Kana. That weird dude is back. You know, the one who studies fish? You shrug, opening the door. Kana follows and immediately enters the kitchen. A while later, they return with 2 cans of soda. Aren't you curious? What weird fish did he bring this time? They grin. I saw the creepy neighbor carrying some straws inside his apartment. Wonder, what weird fish did he find this time? Will you check it out? You'll surely recognize me if I try to do it myself. Come on, please. Fine, but not before we rest a few times. You should be good enough. You hear wrestling on the other side of your apartment door. Someone is trying to get in. Oh look, it's Mickey Mouse. What do I have my minion when they cannot attack or right? Here we go. Wait, what's that? A baseball bat. Okay, how strong is our meat cleaver? Damage 4, speed 90. Or 95. Status 80. Okay. We sell the meat cleaver. Dude's working at school, right? Could break into the office. What do you mean we shouldn't? Must be empty because he just came back and his classes begin next week. How much fun do I even have? What's my status? Yeah, before we go there, we go to the hub. Okay, they cannot heal that, but they can heal that. Please take in. there. Killer. You enter the kitchen, even though it's abandoned and the lights are off. Something is cooking in the large pot. You don't like the smell. Then, oh yeah, look for a first aid kit. That sounds actually quite good. You can't find the first aid kit anywhere, but it may have been removed. The neighbor's office at school is empty. You do find a few jars, all filled with weird eel-like fish. Despite your protests, Connor decides to take one jar home. You ever seen a kid like this? It's so freaky, don't you have a feeling it's watching us? And they sip their sodas or girlies. It's creepy kid. In the distance, the bell tolls and everything gets. Your demise is here. Something truly evil. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, let's see if we can find it actually. What can we do? Okay. Oh. Tap, tap, tap. Oh. 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 Tap, tap, tap. Oh. Nothing happens. You think you got 3 moves right? Bow, clap, clap. Bow, bow. Bow. Clap, clap. Bow, clap. Bow, clap, clap. Yeah, isn't it? Oh god, clap, bow, clap, clap, bow. I got 3 rounds. Oh, clap, clap, oh, clap. Oh god, I'm ready to go down one more. Oh well, we tried. One more. Quick way. Ooh, there's a vanished to the other dimension a long time ago. Rizzo has found a way to it mirrors and turns near and teleport its prey straight to a reflective. The glimpses behind your reflections are just the beginning of the real net. Character exclusive perks cards only. Random and inside. Resting at home raises do. Oh, bye. I'm sorry, I get that. before I get growing teeth again. Yeah. Oh well. Oh, let's do it. Oh, that's a good question. 1 second. 2023. Didn't we start there coming to place? Oh. Yeah, it's because they tried to be very, very retro in the game. One of your friends says he doesn't believe in curses, and he intends to complete the dangerous day. Oh. Who do we have with us? Where'd you go? Your kick action deals an additional 1 damage. Ooh, I like to hear that. You stumble upon the computer room. This is a good opportunity to check the school's database. Look for anything that might help you investigate. You'll find a curious folder containing photos. With the rising horror, you discover that you're in every one of them. The last photo shows a smiling man standing over your bed. You've reported it to your principal, who promises he will take care of it. With your friend safe for now, you should look into the legend. Real records, pretty slurry. Something's wrong. I don't see anyone off the stream. And we're going to school again. A tall woman with an unsettling face and bulging lips shoves you. Have you known new biology teacher? Could you help me after my new outfit? Travel to the hospital, let's see. One of the articles mentions a young doctor who will perform life-saving surgery on a victim for brutal assault. The assault happened in the toilet stall. Maybe he still works at the hospital. We can share some information. When the patient came home one morning covered in stars and babbling about aliens, the police had been committed. And mumbling something quietly as he passed by. Or I wish to be paranoid just for them. Talk to them. You immediately understand that the only difference between you and the crazy person is that you haven't been caught yet. You convince them to sneak out and join you in the press. Have an ally. You learn that the doctor suddenly left the hospital after the latest murder, taking all of the records with him. Why would he do that? Not the only bad news. Your friend didn't come to school today. Another body was supposedly being found. A weird babbling sound lures you to the dark shower room. On the floor, you'll find a swimsuit thrown over a grotesque leathery coil. Wait, that's not a coil. Yeah, it's just one guy. A terrain swimmer? Earl, why are you swimming in rain? Anyways, we do some Mortal Kombat here. What I like is that the entire thing is a roguelike. It's a really nice concept to combine the roguelike theming with horror games. The horror games system that is kind of fusing the Ito stories with Eldritch horrors that are H.P. Lovecraft. So I enjoy it a lot. I enjoy it way more than I thought I would. The principal has ordered the school to be closed down for the investigation. We'll go to the town and blast that. The only metro line in the town connects the university and the science complex. You could take a ride to gain some time, but you've got a feeling something's wrong.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Something is clearly wrong. They have no lines. Like the metro guy. Now you can see our countless handprints pressed. You break the window and get inside the school unnoticed. There's toilet is located on the 3rd floor. Get over there. The pool is empty at this hour. It's dark. You could swear something suddenly moved under the surface of the water. Check out the lockers. Someone left their wallet in one of the open lockers. 2 thanks. There's no turning back now. You step into the last door and close the door behind. You know, the fun part about this is this could perfectly be a tabletop card game. You wait in the stall, trying to be as quiet as possible. Suddenly, you hear the sound of rubber booze as an unknown liquid drips on the tile. You can see the top of his head. He's taller than any man you've ever seen. The door slowly opens. Wonder what it takes to remove that. A masked man, dressed in a red coat, clearly to tell, for the ceiling emerges from the outside. Tell me, his voice sounds like a faulty radio. Would you like red paper? Or a blue paper? Come on, give me the one filled with blood. The tall man in a red coat takes out a butcher knife and stabs you in the stomach. Blood splatters on the stall wall as you rush to the door. You hear a click coming from the door's direction. You're locked in here with this crazy. Yeah. It's noisy. I Mortal Kombat my way out of here. I'm dead. Blood flowing from wounds in the tall man's red cloud makes it look like the man's is slowly melting. You hear a cackling coming from behind the mask and to faint. When you wake up, he's gone. Somehow, you know he will be back in another stall, another school, another city, continuing the horror. Cannot use the school to investigate. Good. Oh, guys, I was looking cute in there. Aww. Okay, we definitely need to take a bath. We'll gain some stamina. Oh yeah, we should put on a mask. I'm on -62. Interesting that this is even possible. Old Fable. Yeah, okay, we already did that one. Let's do one that we haven't done. The bloody brief of a beckoning bulletin. As the decades roll on, technology has only developed further. These days, computer bulletin boards software allows computers to communicate over phone lines. All it takes is a computer and a modem, and anybody can connect to the bulletin system, or even host one of their own. Once you connect, you can read all of the messages on that bulletin, and even post your own to start a conversation. Many use them to share files or to chat about their favorite topics. Everything from video games to sports to idol culture. But in the wake of a sudden string of weird suicides, things aren't always fun and games. Rumors have surfaced that the deaths bar linked to the bulletin system operated from somewhere within Yukawa. What is behind the suicides? But so many people are all driven to take their own life. Even if the rumored bulletin system phone number is found, there's no hope to investigate without a computer that can connect to it. Maybe the school library has something that will work. Yeah, but before that, we definitely need to rest a few times. So with that, yeah, this is looking good. Now we can. The investigation is taking a toll on you. You start to miss the most obvious leads. While the school's library's computer doesn't have a modem, you happen to bump into a member of the computer club while asking. She apparently just got a new system and is willing to let you borrow hers. Thanking her, you arranged to meet her at home in the state. It's been almost a year since childhood friend moved away to another city, left suddenly without even saying goodbye. In a recent letter, he apologized for the disappearance and asked you to remove the furniture from his flat because he wanted to sell it. In the envelope, you find a key to his apartment. And moving the wardrobe through the doorway, you take a wrong step and sprain your ankle. Nothing serious, but you have a problem walking for a few days. You lock the cardboard box full of PC parts up on apartment stairs. Teeth clenched as you leave it up the step. Fine. Ah, damn. Computers are heavy. Loud knocking wakes you up in the middle of the night. Open up! That's a deep voice from behind the door. I know you're there. Call the police. Get closer to the door. What's the matter? Before you can answer, the door's letterbox suddenly opens and an unknown invader tries to look inside. You lurch back in shock. Sees you and tries to get in, screaming curses the whole time. The neighbor calls the police and the attacker escapes from your apartment building. You wipe the sweat from your brow as you finally finish setting up the computer in your bedroom. A few tests, you're now certain that everything is functioning. The newscaster on the TV says that the suicide rate is still climbing. First, the morbid trend is beginning to catch on in other nearby towns. You need to act quickly. As you prepare a bath, you think about all the possible leads so far. Very tired. Maybe nice cold water is a good. Can we take a hot bath? We are not strong enough. The hot bath is so inviting that you spend an extra hour in it. What's one new? Hoping to find a lead, you head to the hospital with how many deaths there. The hospital is in chaos. The staff look exhausted, and the receptionist lets her head down onto the desk for a minute. You slip out of the waiting room into the hospital corridor. As part of the therapy, some patients took part in an art class. Some of their works fill you with dread. You overhear two nurses talking about a girl whose suicide attempt failed. Apparently, she is recovering at her grandparents' home, at the village in the city's outskirts. You exit the hospital and make your way to the nearest bus. A woman bumps into you as she runs from a beauty parlor. Before you can say anything, notice her face. She's carved out her own eyes. If I can see it, Christ, it can't see me, right? You shudder, seeing a faint vision of Geyser reflected in the beauty parlor's mirror. As you pull into the village bus stop, a news story comes on the bus driver's radio. An entire class of Shiokava students leaped in front of a train, hand in hand. You move urgently as you exit the bus and begin searching down the village streets. Dark forces scheme against you. You don't know who you can trust in. When you find the girl's house, her grandparents greet you solemnly. They thank you for your effort to stop the deaths. Forgive her, the grandfather says as he leaves their room. She's a kind girl. Something is her.
Shigemiro pledges loyalty.
Thanks for the follow, Shigemiro. This trail to an abandoned Shinto shrine is overgrown in steam. However, it could be an important place to investigate. Let's take the quick ride this time. The recovering girl is more than happy to not only confirm the bulletin's existence, but to give you its number. You have to do what it tells you. Trust me, you won't regret a thing. He beams at you as her grandmother struggles to make her swallow the pain medication. I'll be back to join you all soon. Wait for me, okay? Disquieted, you give the grandparents your phone number and hastily leave. Oh yeah, for the characters? Yeah, that one is the Crestfallen Mask. The characters. Investigate the village. As you glance around, you notice that Mo with that again. Are they hiding something? We've gotten through those two. So let's go for this one this time. You can't help but wonder what lies behind the masks that conceal the faces of the people around you. There's even the people they claim to be, but they just masquerade as something they are not, hiding their true identities behind the mask that they wear. As soon as you arrive home, you dial the number and put the handset onto the modem. Your heart pounds as the computer fans exhale. The system hums. You hear a brief dial tone and then it finally connects. Welcome home. You like it so far? Well, let's say yeah. I'm glad. Take your phone off the modem. Put it to your ear. Listen to the statically signal on the other hand. Harsh to your ear, but then the noise begins to slowly change into something beautiful. You want to join in? But I have to fight the modem? Okay. You do what you better do. With broken machines, you just punch it a bunch of times till it's working again. I probably will die. Oof, barely about it. Alright, sleep well, my dear. You wrench the phone from your ear, nearly tossing it across the room. You could have killed yourself for that thing. But purring down your face, you immediately yank the computer's plug from the socket. From the bulletin's number and the phone book, you find the system operator's address. When you enter the cramped apartment, you're met with a smiling Hank teenager and a still running unplugged computer. You smash it to pieces. With the root cause gone, the suicides eventually slow. But you couldn't save those already in its trawl. You're relieved to know the bulletin won't make many more victims. Ooh, that will help. There's something wrong with the tap water. It is black and oily. Didn't you listen? Feeling like death. I hope it's just a temporary issue. It still didn't fix the water problem. It's black and oily and it's listening. No, I can't wash this. Oh, that's what it means. Yeah, that's not good. Which will we do? Let's do this. Loud fable of a fear festival. John has sent you a letter inviting you for a careless-sounding festival. It's held every 27 years in a small village. You don't like the sound of it, but your parents both agree you need a break from all this stress. Inside the letter, there's the bus ticket. What's the worst thing that could happen? You ask yourself as you board the bus. That encounter was the final straw. Mind has snapped and you've been locked up in an asylum. It would be comforting to accept that you were insane. And no old god is awakening to devour humanity. The drugs haven't made the horrors disappear. Oh. actually loved a bunch of them. Alright, time to give myself color again. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Ah, I know where I sent you. We sent you to our favorite lizard. I know they will enrage when they know that I called them a lizard and not a dragon. But anyways, send Maya all the love. They are playing Ghost of Tsushima. And we see each other on Tuesday again. Until then, bye.